Okay, got it. Got it.
You are live.
Stand for the pledge in a moment of silence, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins. Commissioner Rushton.
Present.
Commissioner Bailey. Here. Chairman Russell.
Here.
Commissioner Sotos Little.
Here.
Commissioner Algar.
Here.
Commissioner Wellman.
Present.
Thank you. We have an agenda here, and I propose that we remove item number 10 for conversation with Greg Julian. Any other changes? Proposed changes?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the agenda as presented or amended.
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Thank you. We have an agenda. This time we have public comment, and if you would like to speak, please come forward and address the board of commissioners. Yes.
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. Again, every time, demand honest elections in our Leelanau County by replacing Dominion voting machines with secure paper ballots. The handout I just gave was a FOIA request that I made August 25th. If you just look onto the highlighted portion, I asked for a FOIA for cast vote records. This is for the cast vote records. And also these records should include the following additional fields at a minimum. And you'll notice I've highlighted the timestamp. Okay, this was done in about the right time. And on the back is a follow-up letter because the timestamp wasn't given along with 6 or 7 of the other things. So if you look on the back side, that was a follow-up that I wrote on 9/22. And the timestamp was not given. And I specified whatever timestamp is listed, even if it doesn't match with the actual time that the votes were cast. And if you don't have any records of the timestamp, I would like to know why you did not keep those records. So this was not part of the original FOIA, but that's what I asked for in the follow-up. And down at the bottom where it's highlighted, the Leelanau County Public Summary of FOIA Procedures and Guidelines from your own guidelines, it said, states that the county will respond to your request in one of the following ways: grant the request in part and issue a written notice denying in part the request. So I was told, well, this is the FOIA that our machine delivers. But I specifically asked for these things to be included. And it wasn't just a timestamp that wasn't included. There were 6 or 7 other things. So I just, if that's part of the policy, you should list what's not included in them. And for the second thing, FOIA requests for the cast vote records can show fraud in an election. In a typical election, the votes come in randomly. You might have, quite a few for one candidate and not many for the other, and it might jump up and come down, but it all evens out. And after like the 500th vote, even if you have 10 in a row for one candidate, it's going to look like a straight line. But these FOIA requests are going uphill like this and coming into the area where they should be. So, and I would think the county would want to go out of their way. If there's people concerned about the fraud, let's eliminate that. We don't have any fraud here. Sure, we'll give you the timestamp if it's here. It seems like there's got to be a timestamp in there. And I asked specifically if it was, and this is a cast vote record that we have. Well, that's not what I asked for. I asked for it to include these things, and they should have been mentioned. Going on to the red flags, Antrim County, Leelanau County. This was from the 2020 election anyway. Before, it wasn't this current one. There was a 40.2 spread in Antrim County. The unlikeliness of the Supreme Court judges there being elected, but they were. In Leelanau County, it was 34.6. And I'd ask, okay, we always advertise these paper ballots that we have. This is the time to use them. We elected the clerks, we elected the board members to represent us. Here's a good evidence of potential fraud, at least. Let's just clear it up. Bring in whoever you need from both sides to look, to take pictures of it and count the ballots. Do we have ballots? They're never counted. They're never checked. To represent the people, we're slaves if those ballots aren't right. And I'll end with this little part about Eric Coomer. Not only did he say, when someone asked him, are you concerned for Dominion voting machines, the security and strategy guy? Are you concerned about Trump? What happens if this effing Trump gets in? Well, don't worry about effing Trump. He's not going to get in. I've taken care of that. Also with Dominion, I don't have time, but I'll do that next time. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Gerald Knapp, Cleveland Township. I just want to say that yesterday I was a poll worker. First time I ever tried it. It was fun. People ought to try that. It's not that hard to do. It doesn't take, I was there for like 8 hours. Went out, got the place open, got it rolling, went home, came back with a tag to fix the flag, but that's another story. Anyway, I just wanted to say that people ought to try that. They seem to be reluctant to do it. I admit I was. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but I was really pleased. I thought that was neat. Just wanted to say that as something positive, public comment for a change. Thank you.
Spread the word, please.
Yeah.
Thank you for working, Charles.
Thank you all.
Morning. Jesse Wolf, Garfield Township, and I'm with Habitat for Humanity. We have a 2% allocation request in front of the committee this morning, and so we're here if there are any questions related to that request. Thank you.
Mr. Popa and then Mr. Ashley, and yes.
Good morning. I'm John Popa. I got 2 items. The first is a potential contract with D&W. D&W has done you guys a very good job. You need to keep them. That's fine, especially with the technician we got there. However, last year at this time, I suggested you hire a facilities manager. And that was good. You listened, and you put it on the goals. So the good and bad news is, one, you put it on your goals. The bad news is that you didn't do anything about it. You got mixed up in this other reorganization. So you still need a facilities manager. You should put it on next year's goals. You have $1 million worth of facilities here that is not run by a good manager and stuff. You have good workers, but you need a facilities manager. When I was a facilities manager in Grand Traverse County, I had a mechanical supervisor or mechanical employee that took care of all the heating and ventilating, and you still need to do that. For the $130,000 a year that you're gonna spend, you can hire a person here. I don't know what option you want to approve in that contract, but ensure that you can get out of it at any time. And next year, hire a facilities manager, and then you can hire your own mechanical technician. Second item is about reorganizing the Board of Public Works and Dam Authority. That's on your agenda. I discussed with you this before, and this is a good thing, and it's finally happening. Having the road commission involved in both of these is not necessary. These road commissioners are elected. They come and go. They're not enthusiastic to be on any one of these boards. They miss meetings. They don't get involved. Some of them haven't even been down to the dam. None of them have been to where the sensors are. And they just come to the meeting because they're told to. You need to get rid of that. The board can fill these BPW vacant or duties, and that's good because there's not much going on and you got a treasurer. However, keeping a road commissioner on the dam authority isn't fine. So when it comes to approving that motion for the dam authority, my recommendation is to remove the requirement that someone has to come from the road commission. You're looking for authority members that should have a technical background, budgetary background, enthusiastic, they're here year round, got some good legal experience, computer literate, and knows government and wants to be on it to work. And if someone from the road commission qualifies, that's a big plus. So I'm saying revise that motion that's in front of you and put it to 3 members at large and give special attention to someone that has the qualifications to be on it, not just because they were on a road commission. You got to make sure that the person that comes in here are workers and are enthusiastic about it. End of speech. Okay.
Morning, I'm Keith Ashley from Leelanau Township. With no disrespect to Mr. Jared Prince, your new finance director, there's an old saying, you don't buy a dog to teach it to bark. Thanks to zero planning on the part of the 4 Republicans on this board who rushed to approve the 2 new executive positions without a shred of justification, planning, or involvement of the clerk or the administrator, we now have a costly mess. The arguments preferred at the time of the clerk being overwhelmed by her area of responsibility was never proven and has since been revealed to be an effort to strip her of some of her authority and power. The mess now being faced and soon to be handed off to a new administrator is solely the blame of the 3 current Republican commissioners and the recalled Commissioner Will Bunnick. In the time-honored manner of the Japanese leaders, a serious error like this would have the guilty parties falling on their sword as an apology. While I don't advocate such an extreme measure, it'd be nice to have a little contrition at acknowledging their role in this costly fiasco. The toxic work environment described by Mr. Prince is unfortunate, but not surprising. So after literally beating up Clerk Crocker, is it a surprise there's a reluctance to extend oneself beyond the job description as revised? The Republicans' attack on one of their own party members should be surprising, but in today's political climate, nothing is left untouched or uncontrolled. Decades of efficiency, top-notch audits, honest elections, and meeting the taxpayers' expectations by repeatedly being elected by the county public population at large speaks volumes about her job performance. One wonders if this is a concerted effort to force her out and gain controls of elections as the Republican Party has so clearly stated as being their intent. While I don't know Michelle Crocker personally, I am impressed by her record of competency. The decision to hire a consultant rather than pay the clerk's request for an additional stipend is going to be the more expensive way to get the financial training done. Besides the monetary request she made, the added legal provisions are understandable after twice being accused of misdeeds by the sheriff and the treasurer, along with Commissioner Robbins. Both cases were investigated by the state police and no misdeed was found. If the clerk is going to have to pay for legal protection anytime another official has a score to settle, it's regrettable but understandable that she wants some paid protection. I'm expecting the administration will create the necessary bookkeeping accounts for accounting for the dollars spent on this training and be able to supply this information for the FOIA requests that will be forthcoming. The recent story in the October 27th issue of the Enterprise mentioned that you commissioners agreed the county didn't really need the new HR director. That being the case, the sensible thing to do is vote to rescind the job, pay the new unneeded and untrained director any necessary separation pay, and return the responsibility and handling of the work back to the way it was done before. The 3 Democrats on this board at the time opposed this move in April of 2021, when Commissioner Robbins motioned for this reorganization. Again, without planning or coordination, this motion was ultimately passed. And so now, with all due respect to Director Darcy Weaver, it seems we have bought a second dog and are now paying to teach it to bark. Let it be noted that ever since the decision was approved for these 2 new positions, the public has been vocal about the unproven need for either and their opposition to this waste of time and the resources. These are taxpayer dollars being frivolously wasted to fill an unproven need. Your jobs are to oversee spending our money wisely. Please do your job. Finally, I extend a thank you to retiring Commissioner Patricia Sudis Little for a job well performed of your years of service to the citizens in your district. You always seem prepared for the subject at hand and willing to listen to other sides of any arguments being made. So thank you. And to Mr. Janik for your sterling performance in handling any number of issues in a professional manner. Best wishes to both of you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Any more public comment? Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Zachary Hillier. I'm with Housing North. Housing North has a 2% allocation request before you today, and I just wanted to thank you for your consideration of that request, and I'll be here to answer any questions if you have any. So thanks again.
Any other public comment? Yes, Mr. Bukowski.
Good morning. I am here to support Mr. Ashley and his statements to you. Welcome to Leelanau County governance by insanity on the clerk loading issue. An apology is more forthcoming than ever before, as I've requested many times. The Leelanau Enterprise 2 weeks ago had a series of articles. If anybody read those 3 articles and believed we could be talking about this auspicious committee here doing stellar performance, you'd have to be insane also. Marcus Aurelius says, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. That's where we're at on this issue. And finally, Chairman Wessel got on board and joined the same group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you very much. Any commissioner comment? The Bishop.
Excuse me. Since Mr. Bukowski has brought up repeatedly that we should apologize to the clerk, and others have said so too. I can't speak for the Board of Commissioners, but I will, on my behalf, say to the clerk and her staff that I am very sorry for what you've gone through this past year, as more than this past year. And I admire the way in which you have risen to overcome the adversity that has come your way through this. So thank you for your service and for remaining in your positions. And I'm terribly sorry that all this happened to you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Yes.
I would echo that, and I would applaud you for, in the midst of all of that, running another exemplary election. I've stated many times that I felt and believed what happened was wrong, and I apologize for the board as well. I apologize to the citizens of the county that this happened, that it happened the way it did. I apologize.
Any other commissioner comment? I have one, and that's just that we need to take a break at noon and have a lunch break. We have all day meetings, and then Patricia has to do some medical stuff with her hubby. So we've agreed to do that at noon, so she could do that. And we'll eat, and then we'll be back. So plan our morning accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members.
Thank you. Administrator update.
Good morning. We originally had, I think, 3 or 4 presentations today, but since the meeting was changed, we canceled them. So we normally get done around 10:30, so I'll try to be done by 10:30 with my update. But no, first of all, I want to start by just acknowledge the hard work of the clerk's office yesterday. I know they were here before 9 o'clock, and I believe they went home just before 3. Is that correct? Yep. Yep. So originally they thought they may be here as late as 5, but as I understand, the process went very well, and only some minor issues across the county. So thank you, Jen and Michelle and the staff, for all your hard work. Appreciate it. I passed this out. It's Veterans Day Friday. There's a ceremony. For quite a few years, we had it here at our Veterans Memorial, but when it started snowing and raining and it's 30 degrees, the decision was made to move it to the VFW Hall, which probably was a good effort, but Jerry Coleman's still very much involved. He does all the PA system. He volunteers his time and day off. I want to acknowledge that. And Laurel Evans was kind enough to do the program for the VFW to put this together. So if you're available, it's Friday at 11 o'clock at the VFW Hall. You know, usually about an hour, and it's always a very nice ceremony. So just want to remind you, if you can do it, feel free to join us. A couple of positive updates. We'll start with Matt Anzorgi, the tower. If you've driven by, you see the tower is up. So I thought it'd be good to, Matt, give us an update.
Yeah, it was a pretty exciting week when we had that large crane here from Elmer's. Took a couple videos of actually putting the top section on, so that was pretty exciting. The tower compound is turned out very nice. I'm pleased with the way that it looks. Now we're just waiting for the electrical to get it hooked up, and we'll see about getting carriers on the tower. So very excited about that.
Matt, I know it's on the Jennifer budget, but do you want just a brief update on the Leelanau Township?
Yes, so we have been,
Potential tower?
yeah, the potential tower in Leelanau Township. We've been exploring options. We have the tower location identified. We have agreement with the property owner to pursue that further. Luckily for us, they also own the property where the Omena Tower sits. So establishing a land lease agreement shouldn't be too much of an obstacle. Working with the FAA in order to get permitting for that tower, since it's in close proximity to Woolsey Airport. I do have a representative that I've been working with. He's very agreeable to what we're doing. Doesn't see any real obstacles for us to get that permit, but it will be a longer process. So we will continue to work through that. And we're continuing the dialogue with the township and Cherryland Electric in order to partner for that tower. All parties are very motivated to make it happen, so it's forward progress.
Yeah. And we'll have more details this afternoon in the budget process, but we're hoping to meet with Cherryland prior to Thanksgiving because they have expressed an interest in a partnership, and so has Leelanau Township. So it may be a three-way partnership, which I think will be a win-win for all three organizations. So we're making progress there.
Yeah. Very good.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Question for Matt. I worry is that you've been doing double duty this week.
I was just gonna,
Yes, for the next probably 3 months. Due to staffing levels, we do have training going on in the 911 center in order to get our staffing back up. My deputy director and I will be covering shifts in the 911 center. I worked this past weekend. He's currently working right now. So yeah, super fun. Get to answer some 911 calls and have the fire chiefs text me, "Well, you said this wrong." You know, that's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So I just have a question. I understand that there was a fire.
Yesterday.
This weekend, were you on?
No, the big fire was yesterday. I worked through the beginning of the windstorm on Saturday. So we got to have some fun with that, but yeah. That's right. That's right. It's good.
And I understand, I didn't realize that there were a lot of places out of power for this last storm.
Leelanau wasn't as affected as other areas in our region, but we did have some areas that were without power for a couple days. Yeah, there were some Cherryland customers, some consumers customers. It wasn't a widespread problem, but yeah, we did have some power outages.
Are they all back?
To my knowledge, yes.
Cherrylands were back on by AM, all but like 35.
Yeah, it was very quick. Actually, my house was affected and it was 15 minutes after I got home that it came back. So it was fine with me.
so as you can tell, Matt's been very busy the last couple of months and will continue for a short term. And hopefully we can fill those slots here. We're in the process of trying to find the right applicants. for those
We have a couple
positions.
good candidates, so we're very, very confident.
And there'll be no one happier than Matt when they fill.
That's right.
Patricia, you had a question?
Actually, I answered. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I think Darcy is here. I want to acknowledge her. She just completed the National Association of Counties High Performance Leadership Program. It's a program that's a nationwide to train leaders. And Darcy is now a master leader. It's got a certificate from NACA, so congratulations. What's got me thinking, we've talked a lot about professional development for our finance department. And behind the scenes, I take responsibility. I haven't really updated you on all the stuff that Darcy has been doing since she became the HR director. So let me just go over a list of things that I have come up. She's gone to the MERS annual conference. She's got training on the Moore's Hurdle on defined benefits. She's got training on COBRA laws and how to implement them. Compliance interview checklist training. She's done background checks. She took a seminar in do's and don'ts of records retention and FMLA compliance. She's signed up for some seminars on records compliance and human resources. And she's joined the Traverse City Human Resources Association, which she's been to quite a few meetings. And she joined the Prior Learning Organization, that's Prior, PRYOR. They do seminars on a monthly basis for HR directors. And she's on, so she's in that, and she's been actively getting involved with the Traverse Area Human Resource Association. She had a meeting yesterday. So I haven't mentioned that, but there's a lot of behind the scenes training going on with Darcy, and some of this is doing on her time and some is doing on our time. So I appreciate your efforts, Darcy. But I just thought she should be acknowledged for that.
What was the name of the leadership program? Was it the MAC?
No, it's a national one, National Association of Counties.
Is that the same one that?
Jen went through
completed it?
and Amber Weber. And all of them have gone through it, so it's very worthwhile.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Jen? I think
Yeah,
you also.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Amber said it was fantastic, so, and so, yeah. Well, I just thought I would share that with you. We received quite a few bids to revise our webpage. I think everyone agrees our webpage is a little outdated. I think maybe an understatement. And so we met yesterday, and Trudy's chairing that effort. It's about 6 of us meeting, the clerk, myself, Andrew, Laurel, and we're reviewing the bids, and we may have a recommendation in December. It just depended. We're just starting the process. The bids are all over the board in terms of cost, but also in terms of quality. And so we're trying to build research and make sure we make the right choice. But there'll be a lengthy process, but optimistically, maybe December, if not January, we hope to have a recommendation on which company. And we did put it in the budget for 2023, which you kindly have approved or informally have approved. Yeah.
Did you mention that our IT director was also on this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's interesting watching this quality of the bids and how they put them together. And one of the things we're looking at is, okay, how professional was your bids done? You know, if you can't do a professional job on your bids, can we really trust you with your webpage? So a lot of things we're behind the scenes doing research on. And we have been for, this is, I think, our second, third month working on this, just to get the bid documents out there and everything. But very good response. It's just a question of what would be our best fit and what experience do they have with county web pages. So you'll hear more about that, maybe in December, if not for sure by January. But I think everyone is agreement we need to update our webpage. So, and I believe that's it for me.
Question for you.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned that we are upgrading our Wi-Fi.
Yes, that's been ordered. I'll get back to you when they hope to. It wasn't as quick as I was hoping it'd be, but it's in the process and I'm sure it'll be fairly soon. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes, well, thanks for all your support for doing that. And we're optimistic that the equipment we have will be fine. It's just the upgrade in the quality. So we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, you'll know as soon as you implement the higher speed.
Yeah, but we're pretty optimistic that it should work. So we're should have that as soon as it is ready. I'll let you know. But it'll be fairly quick. They thought several weeks, and it's been almost 2 weeks now. So should be pretty quick. Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that. All right, thank you.
We now turn to item number 1 on our agenda, the 86th District Court, Inter-County District Court Operating Agreement.
Yeah, and Dawn Wagner was scheduled to be here to present it, and I don't see her, and I don't think she's online. Dawn, are you online? Don't think so. So I apologize for that. It's in your board pack. It's only minor revisions. Most of them were semantic changes and so forth. Mr. Wessel was at the meeting. She knows we're in a 3-county partnership with Antrim, Leelanau, and Grand Traverse County. And the agreement just had some minor revisions, and I assumed she was going to be here, so I'm not prepared to deal with them. But when we review them, help out Mr. Wessel, they're pretty minor. There's no structural change. We still will pay the same percentage.
And we did review those with Commissioner Lautner.
Yeah, we still say Antrim pays 18, Leelanau pays 11, and the rest picked up at interest. And the judges were scheduled to be here too, so I'm not
She
sure.
stepped out. She was here.
Dawn was here?
No, Marion. was
Oh,
here.
no, she's not. No, this is-
Different. Oh, yeah, no.
No.
Okay, you're right. For judges.
No, this is Dawn Wagner.
The other
so,
judges.
Commissioner Lautner?
Thank you. I just wanted to, that was my question and Chuck just answered it. There's nothing different than what we had discussed earlier, just those minor.
Just some upgrades.
Yes, okay,
It's more of a cleanup than anything else.
all right. So,
Right.
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve the revised inter-county district court operating and agreement between the counties of Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Leelanau as presented.
a second?
Any discussion? discussion?
I believe Grand Traverse has already approved it or will this week. And I know Antrim has already approved it.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yeah, the only thing, and I know this hasn't changed, and it just kind of hit me maybe this time in reading it, that, and not that we would want to sever from this, because we certainly couldn't do anything different than what we're doing, but the severability is just pretty, complex, I would say.
Commissioner, what is the?
I certainly support this, but it would be nice just to have a list.
Well, let me see if I can get Dawn to come
We
next
can push
week
it
or
on for
Zoom in.
today and just.
Yeah,
for next week.
I apologize because they were scheduled to be here and the judges said they were coming too, so I don't know.
I fully understand somebody probably
Yeah.
detain them, but I mean, even just pass it today and then have it for next week, be fine.
Right.
I was just handed a message. We have to speak into our microphones. For the production. Any other questions on this motion?
So are we moving it forward? We're voting on it to move it forward and then we'll have review of it next week. Is that?
I think that's it.
Please, you want to withdraw your motion?
No, we're voting on it. It will be on the
One or
agenda
the
next
other will
week.
be on.
Yeah, it'll be on the agenda next week, so.
So watch it, pass it.
Yeah.
Motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion? Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We now are on item number 2, the Benzie Leelanau District Health Department. And we all received, do you have copies of them there? We received from Laurel last week a message from Eric just spelling out, and basically the health board has approved a draft of this septic code, environmental code. They now have scheduled 2 hearings, the 21st at 7 p.m. and the 28th at 7 p.m. The meetings will be held here and in Benzie County at the same time. At one time, the staff will be here and broadcast to Benzie and able to take public comment in Benzie, and the other time, vice versa. So those public hearings will happen on the 21st of November and the 28th. We have the schedule and we'll get that out again so everybody hears that. I did send that to Mr. Carlson to see if he put that in the paper. But the public hearings are scheduled. Any questions or comments about that?
So there's no further action
No
on our
action.
part at this point.
No action until after those hearings and after we hear back from them.
I would like, could Laurel make a copy of that for us? Good.
And if you did not see that proposed ordinance or the timeline or the steps, that was mailed out by Laurel on Wednesday, I think, Thursday.
I know it was, but I'd like to make copies.
Maybe do it during break.
Yeah, it's a lot.
She may be listening, so I know she's listening.
Thank you.
I didn't dare ask her. So long. We have a next item on the agenda is the Veterans Affairs approval of grant agreement.
And I believe I see Michael Roof. Good
Hello.
morning, Michael.
Hello.
Most of you know Michael Roof. He is the Grand Traverse County Veteran Affairs Director. And we had a great partnership with Grand Traverse County for close to 20 years, Michael, probably?
Yeah, probably. Definitely way before me. But it's been
and
great,
before me
yes.
Also, before Michael and I. This worked out very well and we appreciate the services. And I'm thinking in the 10 years I've been here, I've not had a single complaint about Veteran Affairs services, just compliments.
That's
from
good.
people. Yeah,
I believe this was Barney Glettler. Barney Glettler put this together.
okay.
Michael, did you want to say anything before I turn it over to Commissioner Lawton, who has a question?
No, I just wanted to be here for question and answers regarding the grant. That's it.
Commissioner Leather?
Okay, I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners accept the grant agreement between Leelanau County and the Michigan Department of Military and Veterans Affairs and the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency as presented.
Support.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions? Any questions for Michael?
Nope, none for me.
Okay. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Government Center HVAC.
All right, perfect timing, Mr. Richards. I told him around 10 o'clock. We usually aren't this quick. So thank you for coming here on time. Just walked in the door and want to come up here?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass these out. I know you're getting this for the first time, so you probably want time to review it, but. Start the dialogue here. And all of you, I think most of you, or all of you know John Richards. John was the chief engineer for the project where we did phase one of this building and the project next door when we did the LEC. And
Fred Hackle,
yeah,
they would be
oh,
doing
I
kind
think
of,
he's online there.
yeah, that's, okay, Fred.
And so.
Good morning.
As you know, we've had issues here with the HVAC system in the building almost from the very beginning. We have been trying to do our best, and Gary's here, and thank you, Gary, for all your efforts. Matter of fact, you want to come up here too, since you're here? And this has been on the agenda my entire 10 years that I've been here. From the first month I was here, Commissioner Lauter pointed out some issues with the building in terms of insulation, so we dealt with that. And the heating and cooling has been a challenge from the beginning. And if you look at the bills, you know, they keep going up. And I think last month Gary came and did a little show on what the heating pumps look like, which was very informative. And we ordered some in July, I believe. Have they come?
They have.
Okay, so finally,
4-month turnaround.
but I won't go the whole history because all of you are aware of it, but you asked me to reach out to Mr. Richards and continue the process because it's not going to heal itself. It's only getting worse and worse and so forth. So I've asked John and his team, and Fred Hackle's on the screen there from Harbor Springs, I believe, right, Fred?
Correct.
And you can hear us fine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good, good. So I asked John to come up with a proposal to look at doing, which we originally broke down into 3 phases. Phase 1, which we completed, I believe in 2018, phase 2 and phase 3. And we could combine them obviously if you wish. But I asked John if he could review the original plan, see if that still is the best option. Is it still current? Are there other technologies out there? Obviously, they did all the work originally, so it just made sense to continue. And I think you authorized me to contact Mr. Richards. So what John and his team have done is put together a proposal, and it's quite lengthy in details. And I know you're seeing it for the first time here, so certainly not asking you to take action on it. But I thought it'd be helpful between Fred and John, if you just give an overview, a summary overview, and the commissioners will have time to take this home and look at it. So I don't know who wants to start, John or Fred?
I can introduce Fred is, he's kind of like newer part of our team. Initially, back in 18, we had Kirsten Policastro was part of the project management and a lot of the, she did a lot of that aspects of putting together budgets, and so Kirsten has moved on to a different job. So Fred's kind of taking that place to help. Fred's a licensed architect, so he can work with project management. He can do with, ceiling plans if we have to do building modifications. And so it just kind of completes the team. And where I am lacking, Fred is excellent at. So, Fred has a team, Scott Newstead and Fred are architect. They're an architectural team. But I don't know, Fred, if you wanted to say something about yourself, maybe Fred comes from a long time, but
I'm old. No, my experience is with some pretty big projects, mainly Federal Express in Memphis, Tennessee. So I was instrumental in managing 88 million square feet of facilities there for about 22 years. And then John and I have been working together for about over 20 years. So we work every day on different projects. And I was just, the main role that we will play on the beginning engineering phase is that of just, in my opinion, minor architecture. So we're going to have to penetrate some walls and get some permits for just different coordinating of duct work with sprinkler systems and other things. The major work comes later. I'm not going to really get into that right now because I don't think Chet wants me to. But if you have the proposal in front of you, you don't have page numbers, but towards the end, the last 3 pages talks about the budget summary of page 1 and 2, and that's the easiest way to walk through the scope, which is the scope of the work. Do you agree with that, John?
Are you talking about the costing?
I am.
Yeah, let me just clarify. What I've asked John and Fred to do is give us a proposal with fees to design what I'll call phase 2 and phase 3. So if this is approved for the proposed fees, they would do that. And at that time, if you wish, you'd have to go out for bids. And if you wish, then in the past projects, we also hire them to be our project manager. But at this point, we're not talking that. We're not to that point yet. What we're talking about today is I thought you want to get an estimate what the cost would be for the entire projects, which are at the last 2 pages, and also what their fees would be to get us to that point where we can go out for bids.
Yeah, you bet. And I think that, we had the initial design back in the day, and we decided to break off the hot water heating side of it, and that was phase 1. We did that. Knowing that that it's not a small cost to redo this, we 2 years ago decided that we'd break it into 3 parts. And so like phase 2 and phase 3 is where we're at, continuing on. In a broad sense of what phase 2, phase 3 are, the phase 2 is really kind of taking care of the public spaces, this room, all of the bathrooms, the different areas that are public. And then phase 3 is a little bit smaller than phase 2, but it covers all of the private offices and stuff like that are out throughout. And also, I believe phase 3 covers the courtrooms. But and these numbers that you have in front of you, these proposed budgets, they're not brand new. We updated the cost of the engineering, but for the most part, these were probably about a year old. And I don't think that the cost of construction has gone up significantly from these. These put you in the ballpark. I wouldn't say these are hard numbers that we're going to use, but we're in the ballpark with the cost of these numbers for the phase 2 and 3.
The good thing what Fred and John are telling me is the supply chain challenges are getting better. And so, because originally we were very concerned about even if we went forward when we could do this, but both of them are cautiously optimistic that they're seeing improvements in supply chains and getting equipment and parts. So that's a good thing. If you wish to approve this, obviously this would be over multi budget years, as we talked about. If you add them up together, it's what, $3.6 million approximately. And it would be spread out. We could do a part of phase 2 in 2023, depending on when the documents go out for bids and supplies. So what John and Fred are saying that if you choose to approve the engineering proposal for the $50,000, they can get that done by the end of this year.
Yeah.
And then go out for bids. This is the slow time for companies. And so in that respect, our timing is good. let's assume that you approve the engineering cost. They could have it ready. They're optimistically, they can have it done by the first of the year. Then if you wish to go out for bids and so forth, we could do it during the off-season for many of these contractors and hopefully schedule it for some time. Now, some of them already have projects in 2023, but at least we could get on the agenda to have it done in a part of it done in 2023, knowing it would phase into 2024, depending if you do phase 2 or phase 3. It could even be over 2025 also. And as you know, John Gallagher gave a presentation on funding options if you wish to look at different funding options. So.
Thank you. Thank you. So since we did just do this, and I see it's talking about the chill beam system. So is that, will your engineering be done, assuming that that's the system we're moving forward with?
Yeah.
And is that, in your opinion, the best system for this courthouse?
We spent back a couple years back, we spent a lot of time evaluating the different systems and you know, everybody has an opinion and everybody will say, you get 10 engineers in a room, they'll all have 10 different opinions. But what I painfully took care to do with the design of this phase 2, phase 3, but the original was to reuse as much of so like ductwork and the piping. So I would estimate that we're reusing at least 75% of what kind of primary ducting and piping that you have in here. So several other different kinds of systems might just not use that level of reusing of what you have. And so it's just a lot of care has been taken to not throw away stuff that you already have.
Okay, thank you for that. That's what I wanted to make sure that you're still recommending.
It's one of the tipping points, you know, for me to say I do value this design system.
So we talked about that a couple of years ago. So are the people who put this, how many years old is a chill beam system? Is there a good track record for the chill beam system?
Yeah,
And then I have one more comment.
Yeah, the chill beams have been around for 25 to 30
Okay,
years.
and you're still happy with the people who put them in?
Yeah, now you can misapply things and you can end up with, you know, buildings that don't work if they're misapplied, misengineered. So you can find people that will not like it, but in general, it's a very solid system, properly applied. It's one of the most efficient systems.
Okay.
One of the things we did is, this was several years ago, we actually went and toured a facility in Grand Rapids. It's like their beta system. And so they have buses coming in and out, constantly changing and so forth. And they were very happy with the system that they had.
So my final comment then, Mr. Chairman, is that it's time for us to move forward on this and get this going and get this building done.
Here's the reality of it, and Gary can talk about it. You're gonna spend money one way or the other. The system we have now is having major issues, and Gary, you want to just give an update?
Indeed. Every Saturday I come in here and walk 3 floors. And then I can usually take my equipment to see, well, okay, what's going on this time? And I write it down and I get back to it when I'm able to. The other advantage I need to point out for John's sake is the fact that we're going to be removing a lot of heavy equipment from the ceiling. And as we've talked before, there's 95 heat pumps and other things that are in the ceiling. And that's cutting the maintenance costs down quite a bit. And they do seem to, and like I said, going back to the heat pumps, it's to the point now, we just pointed out that the supply chains are starting to improve their reliability once again, but we're still quite a ways out. What used to take 2 weeks turnaround to get a heat pump for replacement, well, we've been up to 4 months now. We have 2 now that are going to go on the main floor as soon as I can get all the departments on board with that. But we've been waiting quite a while for those. That means they have not had air conditioning all summer long.
I can tell, for example, in my office, I never touch the thermostat. One day it's 66, the next day it's 76.
Yeah.
And there's no rhyme or reason. And within a day, it changes.
Components are hanging up. And that's what's going on with, we're starting to see more and more of that now.
In our proposed budget, and obviously, I did not know the cost, we did allocate 50,000 for engineering fees, and John did not know those numbers at all. This is the first time I'm telling him that in your proposed budget for 24, we covered the cost of the engineering fees in there. But we're gonna have to spend the money one way or the other because
Yeah.
Gary's losing ground every week, trying to keep this place
Unfortunately.
going.
Well, I appreciate your effort to keep us.
Thank you.
As comfortable as our boys have been able to be. But I think I agree with Charlotte, it's time. I think it was excellent that we were able to do the first step, phase one. But now let's get the project done.
And phase one has been successful too. I just want to, the issues we're having are not because of phase one.
No.
We'd have much more issues if we didn't do that. So
No, that was a
phase
good
one
first
has been here for
Phase one is a
4
blessing.
years, and by all accounts, it's working well. But we knew that was only part of the repair.
The whole system, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, John, for being willing to bring it forward.
So what I would recommend, oh, by the way, I did a lot of research on Fred Hackle. I didn't know him. And so, not that I didn't trust Mr. Richards here, but.
Trust but verify.
Yeah. He comes highly recommended, has done major projects. And his credentials and his references and the comments about his work has been excellent. So just want you to know that. So.
I agree, we need to get this done, we've been talking about it
So-
for years.
Well, if it's okay with all of you, I would suggest you approve the engineering fees of 50,000 for today. Give you a week to look at it and make a final decision next week. Because I realize you just got this, but we're going to spend the money one way or the other. And it is in the 2023 budget. And by the time we do the invoices, it'll be for next year's budget.
I'll make the motion that we approve the engineering fees for phase two, phase three for $50,000 to move the HVAC project forward.
Support. Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Well,
Bye-bye.
Fred, you may want to stay in line because next topic is the lower, I believe it's the lower level. isn't it? And Fred and John did that drawing too.
Okay.
So I just forgot about that. Thank you. Exactly a year ago in November, the director was given to let's look at potential space for the health department. Exactly a year ago at the November meeting. And so John and I met week before Thanksgiving, I remember. And then John got Fred involved and we came up with a schematic plan for you to review and with estimated cost and so forth. And so we've been dialoguing this, we've had dialogue about this. At our budget meeting, you wanted to have a further dialogue at the November meeting. So here we are at the November meeting. I didn't bring the plans, but you have seen them several times. It's whether you want to take the space downstairs and convert it for the environmental health department.
So Chet was kind enough to take me downstairs. I think that would be an excellent use of that space. I know comments have been made that environmental health could find space like in Relitville. Since there's so much interplay between environmental health and the building department and the conservation district, it just makes sense for all of those working together and for our citizens to have a one-stop shop. Or one shop stop. I don't know, we were all up really late last night, so who knows? It just makes sense. It would serve our citizens to have all of those functions together. So it just makes sense to me to proceed with that.
Okay, so just to review, just so everyone knows, we have options. One, we looked at is a complete new building for the health department. Two, having them move downstairs, just the environmental health part. Or three, tell them thank you, but it would not make sense and they should look at other spots. So in a nutshell, that's the options. And we've been talking about this for quite a few
I don't think we
meetings.
found other spots. That's-
No, I know, but so it'd be helpful to know where we stand.
Commissioner Bailey.
So we have an elegant building here and a high value space in a lower level that's storing, it look like bicycles, kayaks, and maybe some crutches and other things for the senior services, which seems like a bad use of that space. It would be much more practical to, as Gwen says, join with the health department functions that work with the functions that are already in this building. So that's my comment.
Tricia.
Yeah, one of the concerns that I had originally was the documents and papers, but that's not in that area, that humidified area.
Yeah, I want to clarify that because I think when you got the tour, and I think Commissioner Bailey, you gotta agree with me too. We have the area that's called the cage space where each department had, that's not being touched. That's where each department has their separate space and they would store it. We would lose the storage space for mostly the courts, bikes and kayaks and our, we call our fitness room and so forth. The room, so-called ugly room on that side has been cleaned up. We were able to get rid of all those old computers. If you've been down there a year ago versus you look now, it looks completely different. So, you know, theory, you fill space until it's full. It was full and we did clean that area up. So that's helpful. The estimated cost that Fred and John came up with, without going out for bids, just on industry standards, was about $470,000. Right. And the health department has not informed me of what percentage, if any, they'd be willing to contribute to the project. So we're not to that point. All we've done is Fred and John came up with a schematic that based on discussion with Eric Johnson, and then came up with a rough estimate of the project.
So, sorry, to continue, thank you for clarifying that,
Yeah.
because that was part that I think there's confusion on. To me, I don't see that going with renovation downstairs nullifies the third. I mean, we will have a space that's designed for offices and that, and could be used very effectively. So I don't see any downside to going ahead with this now. It keeps the program close to the rest of the health department. They're just down the road. And yet it does put them in line with all the other services that people come to this building for. Granted, a lot is done online now, but there's still the need for our staff and the health department, environmental staff to talk together. And there are people who want to come in and sit down and go over things. So I think that it's a plus, and I don't think that rules out doing a building at some point in time, because that leaves us with some nicely renovated space that could be used by another group or by our own departments if they expand in some capacity and need that space. So that's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Leonard.
I agree in part with the idea that having offices in the basement would be a good idea for potential county services in the future. So in other words, we now have our Veterans Affairs in the little conference rooms. We no longer have a conference room there. So maybe that would be a good space to have our Veterans Affairs and give them a little bit more privacy, give them actually a window view perhaps, make it a much nicer office. We've got, you know, IT is growing. You never used to have an office for IT. We now have an office for IT. In fact, I think we have 2. So I still say, let's keep that office for our responsibilities, allow the health department to take care of their responsibilities. And if they haven't found space, I don't think they're really looking, because I know there is space available. So you say, well, it's just bikes and kayaks, so they can be moved where? That means we then are going to have to also build another building for storage. And where? On this campus, put yet another building on this campus. So I just don't, think this is the right road for us to go down to, because I don't think that we can say, well, we'll build it and it will come and then eventually they will move out. I really don't see that happening. My prediction would be is that once they're there, they would never move out. And there is, we touched on it, most everything can be done online. And for it's the matter of the business that they take care of. They must almost always go out there and physically see what they're dealing with in environmental health. So I'm not gonna support us doing anything with that space right now. I think we just need to save that space.
Yep.
Yes. There's good points on both sides. I will say that. However, number one, we just got a quote for $3.6 million to take care of the problem that we already have in this building. That's number one. So it's timing for me. Again, I don't think we've thought the process through. As Commissioner Lautner mentioned, the space that our staff is currently using down here, we have to deal with where is that going? How is that going to be stored? We don't know what our future use will be for our own departments. The other thing is we are not obligated to provide this service to the health department. This is not an obligation of ours as commissioners. That is their responsibility with their budgeting process. So for me, at this time, I will not support it. Not when we have a looming $3.6 million over the next 2 years that we're faced with. Once this project has worked through as far as our heating conditions, if the board at that time feels it's an appropriate time to construct a whole building for our storage and renovate, then I think that that issue should be discussed at that time. As it's mentioned, health department is navigating. And as I understand, their lease is several years out. So it's not like they're homeless. So I don't see the urgency with this at this point. Thank you.
Good.
Our duty is not to the health department, but it is to our citizens.
Our citizens are being served.
Excuse me. And this would benefit the people in Leelanau County who want to access these services. But we obviously would need to know they would be paying rent. So we should probably have some figures on what kind of costs we could assume would come in from them for rent and those kinds of things.
Well, I guess we're looking for dialogue on how to proceed, some guidance on how to proceed, because if you wish to do that, fine. If you don't wish to do it, that's fine too, but we have not had dialogue about how this partnership would work. And then there would be fees to construct the documents and everything else. So we're kind of a standpoint. I know we talked about this for months and months. So I guess we're looking for direction on how to proceed, if you wish to proceed with this dialogue.
Before we, Patricia and then Melinda, but I want a chance to comment. I do sit on the health board as Patricia, and I am convinced that there is a need. We have that discussion every meeting. They have been unclear on how we're proceeding. They have reached out. They've talked about some other places, but I don't feel comfortable not having a firm plan. I think we need a firm plan with how much it's really going to cost, and if there's a way to cut some of the cost out of the design. How much could the health department contribute, because they have indicated a willingness to talk and have that discussion. And then what kind of rent would come in, and so we know what it's really costing us. And we may find that, like downstairs with the soil conservation, it's a wash. And we can serve the people and still do it responsibly. So I would think it'd be good to have a more firm plan, discussion with the health department. Here's what they can do, here's what how we would finance it.
If we use the model we use with the conservation district, 'cause it's kind of the same situation. Because we had the same kind of dialogue with that space, because that was vacant space. Once the board said they were interested in the possibility, then I sat down with them and we worked out a financial plan on what they were going to pay for. That's a different thing, because we were paying for the rent down there and we're paying for the services. But so really, I guess what we're looking for, if you're interested in proceeding, it doesn't mean you have to do it, then John and Fred could come up with an estimate how to take this to the next step in terms of all the documents, the space and everything. And then I could sit down with the health department and say, what are the financial consequences? Because we're guessing, I'm guessing their accurate numbers are pretty close, $470,000. I don't think that's gonna change much. But how much of that would be our responsibility versus the health department if they're willing to take that on? And also there'd be cost associated. John and Fred did a great job at a very low cost to get us to this point. But to really get into the meat and potatoes, they would have to do a plan just like we're doing for this building. And so I guess we're looking for guidance, because we've been talking about this for months.
I commented in the motion. I echo Mr. Rushton's comment that there are good points all the way around. But one thing I'd like to come back to, and that is, this is a shared department, which is the only thing that makes it different from one of our other departments. We do contribute funds to the health department that we have in their budget. But so does Benzie. It's called the Benzie Leelanau District Health Department. And there are 3 Leelanau people that make up the board along with 3 Benzie. So half the board is Leelanau County making those decisions at the health department meeting. So I think, we do have, there is need, as Commissioner Russell says, there's a need there, and we have a level of responsibility. Or otherwise, why are we serving on their board if we don't think we have any connection to what that board does and how it serves our citizens? I also wonder, since there's so much infrastructure down there, John, if those costs might come down a little bit. Because it didn't look like that had been factored in 100%, so we might get a little reduction in that area. But I'd like to make a motion that we authorize our county administrator to proceed with John Richards and Fred, I apologize, didn't hear your last name, to explore the next step and come up with some funding, some cost estimates for us, so that perhaps at I don't think we do it by next meeting, but at least by our December meeting, we can have a necessary information.
May I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
Really, you don't need a motion. If you want more information, between John, Fred, and I, we can come up with a proposal, and I can talk to Dodie about financing before you make a decision. Because there's no cost involved. We just need guidance, because I don't want to waste their time. We're not talking about any money at this point or any final decision. If you want, I can work with John and Fred. They come up with a proposal like they did for the HVAC. I can talk to Dodie on what type of financial commitment or partnership the health department is interested in.
Then I'll conclude by saying I appreciate it very much if you would do that.
We have 4 people that want to speak: Melinda, Deb, Lois, and Gwen.
Well, I know you go back to it. Well, we have, and we do fund our health department. The health department is not, the housing of the health department is not our responsibility. That is that of the Board of Health. And obviously because they have their own building. So I really don't see that it's going to serve the public in a way that is better than what we might serve the public in the future, as far as what services we're responsible for housing, etc. The other thing that came to mind is, as I said, we've lost one conference room. So we need to replace a conference room. The other thing is, and it's come up several times this fall, is to me, is meeting places for organizations. And they tried to come up here, and there's already a group in our community meeting room in the basement. So is there a need for a second, smaller community meeting room that would be open to all of the public to just use? This is a county building. It is for all of the citizens. Is that needed more than us stepping into the role of taking over housing for the health department when that is not our role? And I agree absolutely that the timing is not right for this. Let's take care of the building as it is right now, and look at it perhaps in the future after we find out. We've only got estimates on what it's going to take to fix the HVAC in this building. Hopefully it'll come in no more than that. So I prefer waiting.
Thank you.
Yes, couple things I question. Leelanau County puts certain amount of money in the bucket for the health department. The state puts money in the bucket, and Benzie County puts money in the bucket. So that, as I understand, goes to their general fund. Is that correct? It doesn't go for a specific. If we move environmental health downstairs, are they servicing Benzie and Leelanau from this department? And if that's the case, then we're supporting, our citizens are supporting Benzie County citizens. Does Benzie County want to contribute to the cost of this project for housing the health department? Again, we're taking on the role of providing housing for the health department when we've got this health department is serving two separate counties. And doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Lois?
So back to that use of space again, I think it's more practical to use the space in a better way. And the HVAC system is absolutely first priority, and it doesn't sound like the health department is in any urgency to have to move out of their leased space now. So, this is sort of like forward planning, going out years. I'd sure like to get off the dime and start moving forward on some real figures.
Well, I think we can find,
Yeah.
I think there's common ground here from all of you. Some of you talk about the need long-term for space. I looked at what Eric's plans are. It's pretty generic. It could be used by other departments in the long run. So at least if John and Fred put together a proposal, why it's geared towards Eric's plan, that space could be used for other departments down the road. Like I said, if you take it to the next level, there's no cost involved. I'll simply ask John and Fred to do what they did for this project, put together a proposal, and I'll meet with the health department staff and see financially, what are they willing to contribute if they are. That way you have that information before you make a final decision.
Patricia?
I was just going to make the comment that Benzie, there is a spot in Benzie where the health department meets. There is a building that Benzie County does provide for the health department and their staff. So we wouldn't be supporting Benzie
we would be supporting these efforts when they're working in Leelanau County.
And if the health department makes a contribution to this, it would come from Benzie's support as well.
That's right.
Melinda?
But Benson County does not meet in their courthouse. They have their own building that's a health department building. I have a question more, kind of a statement. Has anyone asked the courts yet what they would need for their needs if they were to be booted out of our basement?
I would assume that would be a part.
Well, we'd have to find space for their kayaks and their boats or their bikes,
And the costs associated.
or we'd move them somewhere else. We haven't got to that point, obviously.
Just so there's no
Maybe in the corner over
confusion
here.
about how you want to proceed, I do think a motion would.
If you'd like to.
A motion to authorize the administrator to work on a plan and check on financing and come back in December
If you'd like.
with a proposal.
And I'll reinstate exactly that motion. And I will support it.
Any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 4-2.
Okay, I'll be talking to you. All right, thanks, Fred.
Right. Thank you again.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right. No, you don't. Here, your final task is go pass these out to every commissioner, please.
Yes, sir.
What I'm passing out is Gary's memo from last month. You have a copy of it, but it's been a while since we talked about them. I'll wait till. So let me just give a brief overview, and all of you know Gary O'Connor. He's been kind of the unofficial county mascot since the building opened. He's like a puppy that just hangs around all the
I'm
time.
dusting the ceiling off.
Yeah.
How about that?
So we've had a great partnership with D&W since the building, actually before it opened. And once again, we talked about two different options, and I want to state, we have a great maintenance staff, but we have three people. We had three people for many years, and we expanded with this facilities and the dam and another park. We still have the same structure in place with three people. And so I asked D&W to request the board 3-4 years ago to see if we can form a greater partnership to have Gary here on a regular basis. This is before we were having the significant issues here. And they look at it, and it just, from their perspective, it doesn't make sense because they actually have a greater cost profit ratio when he's not here versus he's here. But based on our long-term partnership and the fact that Gary's well respected by D&W and by the county here, they would be willing to consider that for the next cycle, which is a 3-year cycle. So option one is basically continue where we are since 2006, I believe.
Yeah.
Where Gary has serviced the system and then is on call where we pay an hourly rate. And I gave you the numbers last time. I don't want to print them all up. As you know, our costs have gone up year after year because our system is getting older and needs more care. And he basically has been here 2 days a week, every week for the last couple of years, just because there's always a need. And the revised proposal would guarantee us Gary 3 days a week and take a more proactive approach. And Gary would be more involved with the processing. If we go through with this project, he'd be involved with that. And he'd basically be taking over some of the duties that a consultant would take on, but also be more in charge of our technical mechanical system. And that's nothing against our current staff, but they just don't have the expertise on that. And they're focusing on other projects. So we truly have been reacting, especially the last year and a half, more than proactive. And by having Gary here another year, hopefully we can stay on top of the projects and maybe prevent some of the errors that we've had. There was a talk last time. It's a 3-year contract. We can opt out. Either party can opt out at any time. Mr. Popa talked about facility manager. Long-term, I think that does make sense. I'm not sure we're ready for it right now with everything else going on here. But I think long-term that does make, or I'd call the campus services director maybe to take over some other duties, but that's a discussion down the road. But in front of you, you have two options from D&W, which I know you reviewed them at the September meeting, and the last month at the budget meeting. And you agreed you want to make a decision at the November meeting, because our contract with D&W does expire at the end of this year.
Any questions? Any thoughts? Any discussion?
So on option two, of course, we have a new administrator that's going to be coming in, and she may have a different idea. So, not to be fully tied into a 3-year contract, if she, and I understand can be changed.
Yes, excuse me, it can be modified or adjusted, especially if we go through with this new HVAC system. The whole idea is with option two, I will be here more on scene to take care of the upcoming problems. But as the phase in of the new stuff comes, you still have other buildings, but it wouldn't require as much maintenance time or repair time. But it's still an advantage though, because as you all know, I take care of a lot of other issues and systems here. So there's a lot more to it. The advantage also with this is, as always, Leelanau County's always had the benefits from all of our people. We have an enormous amount of skilled staff at D&W Mechanical, including all the engineering that could possibly be done. There's a lot of major advantages to it.
Yeah, excuse me, that's a good point. Our contract is not with Gary O'Connor.
Right.
He's here, but we have taken advantage of all of their professional services in the past. Also, all their equipment and so forth. If we need any tool that we don't have, we have access to it. And
enormous wealth.
If we need additional assistance from D&W, they do have a professional staff. So this is what D&W, Gary just happens to be the handsome face of D&W here in the building. Yes.
Thank you for that.
I had sticker shock initially at that cost, but yes, we don't have to buy a truck.
Yeah.
We don't have to employ.
Or my retirement or
multiple,
hospitalization.
you pay your retirement or your vacation. We
Or
don't
training.
have to pay for multiple, an electrician, a licensed master electrician, a master plumber. We don't have to do those things. So
And the concern that Commissioner Bailey had, there is an opt-out clause on either party, and really D&W, only because of this long-term partnership that we have here, are they willing to consider this? Because financially, the president has told me many times, this does not make financial sense for them, but I respect for Gary and the long-term partnership we have, they're willing to consider option two for us.
There was a lot of considerations into making these up so that all of us can benefit from that, especially Leelanau County.
So we dealt with a lot in October. I know we moved a lot of things forward to November. So I thought we pretty much had decided that this was the best option for
Yes.
Leelanau County in October. Did we just kick it forward to November?
Yeah, because that was a budget meeting and you can't take any action.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion today to move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept D&W's mechanical contract, 3-year contract for servicing the government center and law enforcement center for Leelanau County.
And is it option one or option two is the
I
question?
think, which had we decided was?
Two was
Two
the,
for option two, that's what I thought.
there was, I think, consensus on option two, but it was a budget meeting, and so therefore
Okay.
you asked to move it
That's
to
why
the
I was asking to
November
be
meeting.
reminded that we're so, we dealt with a lot at that meeting, so option two.
I'll support.
Any further discussion, Patricia?
Just a question, if I'm understanding, if I'm understanding correctly, then all the other services continue.
Yeah,
in option two.
it's basically everything in option one.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. There will not be
Yes, thank you.
additional, yeah, that's a good point of clarification, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm certainly supporting that.
Should I just add that Gary also helps out?
Gary, why don't you come up?
Okay, Gary also
is not just both buildings, but sewer plant, the Leland Dam and the parks. He's also instrumental in with electrical, some plumbing, hydraulics too. So
Anything that's
his
needed.
knowledge and so for 3 years, it would be a plus thing. And I respect what you're thinking too, Ms. Bailey. So I just wanted to add. It's not
And he
just
does
the
keep Jerry calm. Jerry knows that it can be fixed one way or the other.
We'll figure out a way. We'll get it done.
Yes.
Just one.
Mr. Ledner?
Thank
May I
you.
ask a question that has to do with our Department of Public Works Board meeting we're going to discuss further down? So that being said, what Mr. Coleman just spoke about with Jerry being involved in those things already, we already have a public recommending that we change our motion just a little bit. So considering the hydraulics and the electrical, especially with the dam, would it be logical for us to consider one of those board appointments to be Mr. O'Connor, since he is a Leelanau County resident, if I remember you saying you are?
Oh, absolutely.
So
However, there may be a legal issue because he's having a financial gain through this partnership, but you can't be on a board and have any financial. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah,
See what you're saying.
I think there'd be a legal issue with that.
That's too bad, because
But
that's a
he could
technical.
sign up to volunteer to be.
There you go.
He can sign up and volunteer.
So all the hours he would put fixing the dam would all be on a volunteer basis. That would solve that problem. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent idea.
We're on the right track.
Yeah.
See the
Okay, well,
snowball
thank you for that,
building.
because I just, we hadn't had
Yeah.
that discussion.
Well,
and
yeah,
it's
thank you for that.
being thought.
Any last questions before we vote? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All the same. Motion approved 6-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You will be grateful this happened. Thank you.
It is 10:30. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Did everyone who wants lunch turn in their request?
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Are you all set? Okay. Patricia, you're not. That's going away.
Hi, good, how are you? No.
Is this a live stream?
Yeah. Wow, that was impressive.
Well, thanks. It took me 10 years to learn. Oh,
I'm supposed to be picking up signs.
this is probably what you're looking for, Allison.
Where? Today. Here it is. Never mind.
Okay, are you ready? Thank you. We are now down to item number 5, the sheriff's office request for vehicle.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you for being here.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. So this is our annual request for vehicles. The only change this year is usually when we make this request, the budget has already been approved for the next year. Obviously, that is going to happen next month, but due to supply chain issues, microchip issues and everything else, we would prefer to stay on our usual track and not delay this ordering process. The EDS and everything attached is pretty transparent. It is for the cost of the cars and the outfitting, which you can see is quite extensive. There are several vendors that I deal with to actually get a patrol car on the road. So I am open to questions if there are any.
Melinda?
I had my hand up, but I will yield to Commissioner Rushton, who has her hand up.
Thank you.
Before me,
The
if I may.
backstory on that is my wife watches these meetings sometime. I had to send a note to Commissioner Rushton last week. My wife said I was neglecting calling on Deb. Right, Deb?
Somebody's got your back.
You did, and I sent you a thank you note for that, but the reason I had my hand up is because I was gonna move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow the sheriff's office to order the 3 Ford Interceptor SUVs and 1 Ford F-150 pickup from Signature Ford with the amount not to exceed $178,843. And upon delivery, the sheriff's office is also approved to outfit the vehicles with a total cost not to exceed $37,311.63, with those funds to come from the 223 motor pool.
Commissioner Lautner?
I second the motion, and I will say I yielded to Commissioner Rushton because I know she wanted to make that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're fighting over motions now.
When it comes to our sheriff's department.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I wanted to make it too.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Do we have any questions or further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved.
Thank you.
6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for waiting.
Thanks.
No problem.
We now have our HR director and a proposal renewal agreement.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to request the approval of a service agreement with Raymond Robson. We've had an agreement with them. They've done the 1095C filings for us for the last 6 years. And due to the complexity of the law behind that form, I'm just asking that you would continue the service agreement with them.
Commissioner Lautner, and then
I think Commissioner Wagner, thank you though.
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to waive bid policy and approve the service agreement with Raymond Robson LLC for services as outlined in the agreement. Funds to come from County Contractual Services 101, 825, 201, 801, 000.
Or
any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
I just wondered if with your training that somehow this would.
These laws are pretty complicated, and that's why we've used them in the past.
Okay.
I tell you, I know maybe some large counties, but I don't know of any counties that does this themselves. It's very complicated. They all outsource it.
Thanks.
Could you
We've
get
been
Andrew?
doing this for how many years?
This would be the 7th year.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, this is nothing.
Several years.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it.
Could you get Andrew?
Thank you.
We now have the equalization.
Oh, we want to wait until we skip senior services. I can do that one quickly.
Okay, we'll go to senior services. and then come back.
April is out of state at a family wedding, but these are two agreements that you have always approved. It's for service provided, and if they're successful, they actually get a stipend for each one, so there's no cost. This is a potential, it's a small revenue, but with the help individuals who become eligible through their assistance, then there's a stipend paid for both of these agreements, and these have been here for many years.
Commissioner Ludwig.
So I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with MMAP Inc. to provide MIPA, thank you, that's my glasses. Benefits outreach and assistance services for seniors. The contract agreement will begin September 1, 2022 through August 31, 2023.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
One more.
Yeah.
Sure, I will continue. Actually, my
Commissioner Reschke.
tongue is numb, so I'm going to allow her.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan to provide MIPA beneficiary outreach and assistance services for seniors. The contract agreement will begin September 1, 2022, and will continue through August 31st of 2023. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 6-0. We now are back to Andrew. Thank you.
I
Andrew.
apologize for my tardiness.
I know. I'm going to be here.
So the L4402, I don't know what the outcome of those millages were, obviously, so I'm waiting for the clerk to tell me what they are. So what we'll need to do is, once I know, I'll produce a revised apportionment report, and then I'll present that.
Would you like us to move this forward to next Tuesday?
Please, yes.
Yeah, motion made.
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Andrew.
As always.
Andrew.
Yes.
I just wanted to pass along through you to Rob our appreciation for all the work he's done on the map.
Sure, absolutely.
Broadband map. It's outstanding. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
Giving him that time to do it for us.
We now have a request for purchase for IT.
Yeah, well, for instance, and just as a background, first of all, I want to thank Trudy Gala. She kindly gave up vacant office space because it looked like our IT person was to be homeless there. for a short
No, I was a little worried.
Because of all the changes, as you know, the office that Ron had is now our finance director's office. And Darcy's the one next door, so left a gap for IT. And she has work areas, but in terms of office space, Trudy was kind enough to offer a vacant office she had in her office, but it wasn't furnished at all. So it was, I think, a minor request. So,
Yeah, I would just like to buy a cabinet to put all my IT stuff in. Keep it handy.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve the purchase of office furnishings for the IT office from Custer Inc. of Traverse City and Grand Rapids in the amount of $2,347.99, with funds to come from Capital Projects Building Fund number 47.
I'll support, but Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
Does this furniture stay with the IT department or does it stay in the planning department?
well, it's all owned by the county, so I guess at some point, if there's a movement, we can decide that, but
Okay.
I
didn't
don't know. That's a good.
I didn't know if the equipment was specific for her needs.
It's a fun, I don't,
No.
it's generic.
It's generic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think all of you know, is Custer is, we want Custer just, we want to match everything else in the building, and they have done all the things, so that's why we want to Custer.
Commissioner Leonard?
I just wanted to make a point that this is a prime example of our needs within the county itself. So when we think about that future space in the basement, very interesting that we're having to shuffle IT into planning department, because who knows where the planning department is going to go in the future.
Any other discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the easiest request you've ever. given.
I know. Hopefully hopefully all the expensive ones are done.
We expect good weather.
It is in the works. Got the first piece of equipment already. Thank you.
And I practiced for 45 minutes last night for this presentation, so.
I
She
did. I
had
was
a
a
whole
little nervous about
PowerPoint,
it.
everything, but we thought we'd hold off on that.
Thanks.
Thank you. We are back to the administrator, and he was going to also add to his report. Northern Lakes.
Oh, I can do it under special reports.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I forgot to mention something on the update, but I can do it.
Okay. So we have some Grand Traverse Band 2% allocation requests for the first cycle.
As you know, they're due by the end of November. And so this is the time of year where we get to request and we have to make a decision whether we wish to endorse them or not.
So when I looked at this, we looked at the cultural awareness training last year and the price tag seemed high. And for some reason, the tribe didn't approve it. They will still have to decide whether it approved this, right?
Yeah, we just
And when
endorsed them, turned them into the tribe.
And when I read what this will do, it sounds like a really important program. A lot of work in the school for education for kids. So it's up to them, but I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve the following second cycle 2% allocation request from Leelanau County to the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. And I'd like to say that I think all of these are very worthy programs that have stood the test of time, a lot of these. I particularly like.
Just give it
Why don't we
the
take a
motion.
second and then speak to the
Oh, we need to.
Are you making a motion for all of them?
Yes.
Is there a second? Discussion?
Can I speak to that?
You may-
Just
you may
that,
speak-
I
you may speak to
particularly
the
like,
motion.
yes, since I already started. I particularly like the money that could go towards housing as well.
Any other discussion? Anybody wish to divide the question? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved, 6-0. Thank you. We now are down to.
Yeah, as you know, for the last 6 years, we've had a committee of the whole meeting to review all the applicants for committees, task forces, so forth. So we're looking at setting a date. We usually do it, obviously, before the December meeting, so you can make a recommendation at the December meeting. And don't forget, our December meeting is the first and second Tuesday of the month. Sometimes between now and the first Tuesday of the month.
Yep.
I'm wondering if we could not do this before our next Board of Commissioners meeting on the 15th.
I think Laurel's pretty ready.
We have a hearing, don't we?
Oh, the housing, that's gonna be very quick.
Okay, okay.
I think if you set a meeting 4 o'clock, usually, at least last couple years, this process has gone fairly smooth. So I think if we do, I don't think it's gonna take 2 hours, but even at 6 o'clock, if you do a break. I believe we'll public hearing at, is it 6:45 or 6:30 maybe on the housing funds, so,
Just coordinate it for the same day.
yeah.
4 o'clock on the 15th. That work?
But then Melinda would have gotten her year anyway.
I know, but I might still be tracking him or playing him.
Well, you usually get one the first thing in the morning.
Yeah, usually. Okay, I can probably do it. Since you have faith in me.
So next Tuesday,
I'll knock him down first thing.
4 o'clock, okay with everybody?
All right.
That should give us enough time, I think.
Okay, good, thank you.
And just exactly what's going to be on the agenda.
It's all the appointments to all the committees, commissions, task forces.
Thank
You don't need a motion for that.
No, no, just a date. It's not it's just a committee of whole meeting, so we don't need to sign off on it.
Okay, we now have two items on the agenda. The Leland Dam Authority and Board of Public Works. Melinda and I and Steve Christensen and Chet and
Garth Green.
Garth Green met to talk about the composition of the Dam Authority and the Board of Public Works. We had initially thought that Patricia would do that, but she was tied up that day, so I sat in for her. And we have a recommendation.
Yeah, I took a one-page summary of the minutes, the draft minutes, because I think it outlines what we're proposing. And two separate proposals. And Commissioner Walter, you want to review it since you made a motion on the dam authority?
Yeah, so obviously it states there what our thought process was for this. And, you know, that would take, we've got a 5-member board would be the most logical, make sure that we probably get a quorum. Member of the road commission and member of Leelanau County Board of Commissioners in the joint commissioner, and then 2 at-large members with the priority given to the to a member with engineering background and or a Lake Leelanau riparian. So by leaving it with a priority given, obviously it would allow the next boards of commissioners to select the best applicant and not necessarily one of those. So that being said, obviously we had Mr. Popus speak this morning, and he doesn't think it maybe would serve the public's best interest to have it be a road commissioner specifically. Now, Mr. Greenan sat in on the committee, and he did not oppose that concept.
And he's the
So-
chair, and as I understand, he just did discuss it either formally or from the road commission. And there was interest in having one of them serve on it,
There was for the.
as I understand.
Okay, so unless anybody wants to, would you like a motion at this time, Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
All right, so I'll make the motion as it was original and see if anyone wants to amend it. So then I would recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners that the Leland Dam Authority consists of 5 members, including a member of the road commission, a member of Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, drain commissioner, and 2 at-large members with priority given to a member with an engineering background and a Lake Leelanau riparian.
I'll support.
I know we all received the email from Tom Hyatt. And from one perspective, I think what he's proposing makes a lot of sense. Because you do have a south and a north, and you do have the river and different concerns and viewpoints. And having heard from many of those folks that are in my district, I can verify that there are diverse opinions. So I think I would like to amend this. The trouble is you don't want an even number. And so in saying this, there's a lot of talent in our community, and I'm sure that those who love Lake, also you might find an engineer who has that background, but instead of 5, I'd like to amend this to make it 7 and include 3 at-large members. 6, we could do it with 6. It's just that that's an even number. So I'm not quite sure. But bottom line, let me make the motion that let me do it this way, that we include 3 at-large members who are riparians. And one of the north end of the lake, one on the south end of the lake, and one who is residing on the river. And if we still had another at-large member, that would make a board of 7 instead of 5. That would be my amendment. Which needs a support, if anybody supports it.
So, can I ask?
We need to
Yeah.
either.
I'll support it so we can discuss it.
Now, I didn't call on the first motion maker to comment, and she was recognized, so we'll let Melinda comment on her motion and then Patricia on her amendment.
Okay.
Well, thank you, but since there's an amendment, I might also speak to that. I appreciate it. I did read the letter from the Lake Leelanau Association. But I think what we have to realize is that there is an opportunity for many riparians to serve on this. Number one, any of these, you could have a member of the road commission, could be a riparian. The member of the, in fact, I think we've got one now, one or two, that could be that member, okay? A member of the board of commissioners could be a riparian at any time, and I think there's also that opportunity coming up. The drain commissioner isn't presently, but could be in the future. Okay, and the 2 at-large members could easily be given to riparians. So looking at the big picture, the dam, they're looking at it as being just the dam. This board is going to do more than just the dam. So I think while it's important to have, and that's why we chose to have the priority given to a Lake Leelanau riparian, I think that that's fair to have just one seat be the riparian with the opportunity of others, because that's going to be a logical thing, I think, for, as the board of commissioners looks at it, okay, this board of commissioners, this person lives on the lake, okay, let's give it to them, type of thing. I really think that we can leave that process up to it. The other thing that on this is the lake and the dam affects everybody in the county. So we would be limiting someone that doesn't happen to live on the lake from serving on this board when the cost of that dam, if it comes to that, affects all of us. Because at least historically, we've never just had riparians control that dam. It's been paid for in part by the entire county, at least 50%. So I'm not going to support the amendment, though I appreciate it, because I think that this does that just by good selection.
I understand the points that you're making, and it is possible that you would find one of the other members going on the lake. It's also probable that you would not. I think that, there is so in my 8 years serving on the board, when repairs and things have come up from the dam, there's always been a strong argument that has been made that it should be the riparians because it's, quote, the riparians that benefit the most. I think they deserve a voice on the board. It still would not be a majority if you increased it to 7, but at least you would have a strong voice. They would not have to be members of the Lake Association. That was not in the email. I think they're just talking about having representation of a homeowner in those 3 locations. So as long as when we get to repairs and we get to different things, the strong push is for having riparians pick up a large majority, even though it hasn't worked that way. They have had to step up perhaps more than they should have. So I think it's just important to have those voices there, so they have an opportunity to express community concerns and without impacting the, I think, excellent suggestions that you have for the other members. And I applaud the work that you did, you and Ty. So thank you so much.
I would support the amendment because I think it's always important for us to listen to people who are most affected. They live on this lake and this river. And
hear their voice. It's very important to them, and they've asked to be a part of the process, and I would like to honor that.
Other questions or comments? Yep.
Riparians today are paying as much as any other taxpayer in this county is paying for that dam. They have representation on the board. They have a specific allocation. They have the opportunity for someone with an engineering background. We currently have a county road commissioner who lives on the south end of that lake. So I don't think we need to expand that board unnecessarily. A 5-member board, I think, will work for that. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Can I ask a question? What would be the problem with having them on?
With a 5-member board, you have a majority. That's number one.
Right, but with a 7, you will also. I'm just wondering what you think is the problem with going to 7.
I think it just makes the board more cumbersome. Well, are you volunteering to give up your seat?
No.
Okay.
I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I sat on the first group and I thought we had good discussion and I liked their recommendation, but I too got I think three different emails from people showing an interest in that. And I'm kind of where you are, Gwen. I don't know why we'd say to people, no, we're not interested in your interest. And so I would support the amendment. Any other, yes, Commissioner Wagner?
I would say this, rather than make this board larger, if you really, I feel like these 5 people can certainly represent the people who live on the lake. I strongly feel that. I also had full faith that these 5 people would take into account what the Lake Association has to say. I just have that faith in people. I would say, if you would amend your motion to have the 2 at-large members be Lake Leelanau riparians, that would be more logical to me. Rather than grow the board, that's all you're looking for it to be, is like Leelanau riparians. That would give them 2 guaranteed seats on this board, and then just leave the other 3 as they sit. That would be a much more logical thing to me.
I see some head shaking there. You want to consider changing your amendment?
I'm just rereading I'm sorry, I'm just rereading the composition. You need an engineer and you're not sure you're going to get one from. And you had interest expressed from the road commission member. So that person may or may not, who is on the person.
Is Popa an engineer?
Pardon?
Yes.
Is Popa an engineer?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is. I know they were concerned because the people on the river, and it is different than those on the north and south. They all have very different views. in terms of What's important to them. Cool.
Are they going to be able to agree on a board like this when you got 3 different views?
No, you just get to hear all perspectives.
Here's a point of clarification though. The dam authority is limited to controlling the dam and the water level set by state order, court order. There's some confusion from people thinking that this dam authority has authority to control water levels. They do not. Their authority strictly to operate the dam and make sure it's functioning properly. They have no authority to control the water levels.
No.
But I think a lot of people on the Lake Leelanau, from the calls I got, some people, they misunderstood it. They thought this dam authority sets the water level.
No, but they do approve the repairs.
Yeah.
They're recommending.
But I want
repairs.
everyone knows they're limited to operating the dam. They have no authority on the water. The people that called me thought, and I understand this, unless you're involved in this, would not know. The dam authority does not control the water level at the river or the lake, north or south end. Their sole authority is to make sure the dam is operating functioning, and the level of the lake is set by a court order that we cannot change.
I think.
That's just a clarification.
I'm going to stay with my motion and my amendment to your motion, and if someone else wants to make a second motion. But I think you are eliminating someone who doesn't live on the lake if you bring both those positions to that.
I'm sorry, was that withdrawn?
No.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask, that we think about this further. If you change the 2 at-large members to be riparians, then that guarantees two seats. You also could very easily have 4 be riparians. And to grow this board to way bigger than there's not that much work. I just think it's going to be ridiculous to make this a board of 7. We also, there would be, there's a financial, did we determine that they would fall under the county's per diem?
Yeah, they do now, yeah.
Yeah, so it just isn't necessary to grow this board that big. If you change those 2 positions to be riparian positions, and I think that gives them fair representation. As Leelanau Lake Association is so quick to tell us that lake belongs to the whole county and is responsibility of the whole county and everything else. So therefore it should be represented by the whole county.
But you would be losing that one at large.
No.
That was not on the lake.
No, you would have 2. The 2 positions would be
No.
riparians.
Yes, but that means that someone who was not a riparian, could not have an at-large force.
Which I do not understand. What I'm saying is the 2 at-large, they wouldn't be the priority. The 2 at-large members would be Lake Leelanau riparians.
Yes. But if you go to 7, then you can still have an individual who does not live on the lake that is an at-large.
Oh, and I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's necessary if you have a member of the road commission and a member of the board of commissioners and the drain commissioner. I think those 3 would represent the county at large. That's my point.
So as a practical matter, it's easier to get 5 people to agree on a date than it is to get 7 people, and you know that happens. So, and how carved in stone is this rule that you're going to have 5-member board? I mean, if you discover that there's a lot of complex issues and you want to expand it and change to a 7-member board, you can do that, right?
It's up to the board of commissioners.
Right, but I mean, if you saw that happening, then you change it. So
And dam committee meetings dam authority meetings are open to the public, and there's room for input. When we did meet as our committee of 4 or 5 that talked about this, one of our objectives was to make sure we didn't grow this into a big authority.
May I make an amendment to the motion and not an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, yeah, up to 2 amendments.
Okay, well, I would move to amend this motion to read that we would recommend to the board of commissioners that the Leland Dam Authority consists of 5 members. 5-member board, including a member of the road commission, a member of Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, drain commissioner, and 2 at-large members that are Lake Leelanau riparians.
You have a second to that amendment?
What about an engineering position?
I am going to trust that that is going
And
to.
before we talk, we need to have a second. I'll second that motion.
Okay, then I
Discussion.
speak to it. I have great faith that someone will have that engineering expertise. Number one. Number two, I think it's easily, if it comes to, we have an engineer on staff here at the county. We have this contract. So if it comes to anything major, we're going to have engineering weigh in, number one. And then number two, my second thought on that was that, as stated, I think by Commissioner Bailey, that if this does not work, if we see we're not getting representation, then move it up to a 7-member board or down to a 3-member board if we find out that 5 is working. But let's give 5 members a try. That's my thought.
Commissioner Rushing?
My question is, who's our engineer on staff here?
Mason.
He's not, we have a consulting agreement with Pat Michelle. He's done the work at the dam.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a cost associated with that.
Yes.
And also, as we do with some of our other committees and commissions, say we get preference for people with these qualifications. And certainly, when we make the appointment, we would say we're going to get preference to here, we're going to preference to somebody that knows the lake. And then, did you have your hand up, Patricia?
Only that, I really don't see a big difference between 5 and 7. I think having an engineer is important. Of course, I'm speaking from my own background, so of course I think it's important. And I think it just gives voice to people who live there, but it doesn't put them in the majority, so you keep balance. And then you have your drain commissioner, and you have your board, and you have someone who doesn't live on the lake who can weigh in and have their voice heard. So I don't think going from 5 to 7 is unwieldy. It doesn't add a huge amount of dollars to the budget, but it does provide a good opportunity for people to could.
Commissioner Rushing?
Currently, the road commissioner, who I assume serves on the dam committee, correct?
They all serve on it.
They all serve. Okay. It would be my guess that Mr. Coco would want to serve, since he is a riparian. And with the amendment from Commissioner Lautner, that puts a majority of riparians on a 5-member board. So I can't support that. 7-member board, as I said, it's cumbersome. I'll support the motion as the original motion as it is. I think it's a nice mix. I think it gives us an opportunity to have riparian representation. As Chet mentioned, this is about the lake level. And when we received the letter from the Lake Association, I also believe that they thought that they would have a little bit more power than what they will actually have. So having all 3 areas represented on this board, I think is overkill. And that's basically all I have to say.
I'm a little concerned at our assumption that Mr. Polk is going to continue to serve for years and years. So I'm hesitant to vote on something that depends on a particular member being a part of something. He's the one who came up and said, you shouldn't take somebody from the road commission beyond that authority.
Well, just a comment, we spent a lot of time on this and we spent an hour and a half to bring forward a recommendation. I think we ought to call the question. We got 2 amendments. We'll vote on the second amendment first. Could you read that amendment, Jen?
Let me see here. So Commissioner Lautner's amendment to her original motion is to recommend to consist of 5 members, including 1 road commissioner, 1 board commissioner, the drain commissioner, and 2 Lake Leelanau riparians.
Any question on that amendment?
Just what order, I mean, what is that the right, is that the
We
proper?
first
order?
vote- we first vote on the
Okay.
second amendment.
Okay, thank you.
So all those in support of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Motion defeated 2-4. We have a first amendment to the motion. Could you read that, Jen?
Sort of, sure. So she has typed here amendment, talent makes 7, 3 of them at large. Include 3 at-large members who are riparians. Was part of the motion, 1 from the north end, 1 from the south end, 1 residing on the river.
It was added because you have 6 of you stuff there. I think you have to have, and 1 at large from wherever.
Okay.
Just 3 out here.
That'd be 7.
That'd be 7. You need that to make you 7.
So just clarification, there's still the road commission member, board of commissioners, drain commissioner, 3 riparians, as you described, and 1 at large, right?
Right, and that's 7.
So,
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
We have a 3-3 vote, so the motion fails.
So
Now we have a motion on
The
the
motion on the
table.
floor. Call the question, please.
Would you read the motion, please?
Motion by Lautner to recommend the Leland Dam Authority consist of a road, I think it's a road commissioner, BOC member, drain commissioner, 1 with an engineering background, and 1 Lake Leelanau riparian.
Priority given to. Yes.
Okay, that's the motion. Any question on the motion on the floor?
I think we're only allowed 2 amendments, right?
right.
That was my question.
Okay, so I think the question's been called. Let's vote on the motion. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2. We will revisit next week, I'm sure.
So just a clarification on the motion, when it says 2 at-large members with a priority, if there's no engineer, doesn't mean that someone else can't be appointed. Is that correct?
Yeah, you always have the right
Right,
to pick who you think is right. This just gives priority,
okay.
but it's up to the commissioners to fill that.
I just wanted that clarification. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an engineer, but if there's one available.
Next item is the Board of Public Works, and I suspect this will be less controversial. Melinda?
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that a Board of Public Works consists of 7 Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, the Drain Commissioner, and the Treasurer.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Commissioner Rushing?
So my question is why is this board so large? What was the discussion at the meeting? Why is this board so large? What's the responsibility for this board?
The major role of this board is to monitor and keep track of the debt owed to the county. We felt that was the treasurer and the board's responsibility. We also thought that we could handle that at regular Board of Commission meetings, but it requires by law a separate meeting. So we would meet right after or right before another meeting.
So it's 2 appointed positions and okay, I read this one. Thank you.
Yep. Any question on the motion? We do have a motion for it.
Yes, we do.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, we now have,
All right, I'll ask Jared and John to come up here and join us. as we agreed last month, you're gonna have monthly updates on the finance department training. And actually, quite a bit of work has happened since our last meeting in October. So I thought we start with an update. John, you want to give an update on the accounting
Absolutely.
training?
Good morning. We've been busy over the last 2 weeks. My office has helped Jared, Z1, Chris, really focused on taking care of urgent matters and reworking some of the systems that we identified as being problematic. Specifically, we were looking at AP and payroll data entry as requested by Jared, assisted in developing system schedule and prioritization. What we try to do is determine what has to be done and when. We suggested and identified responsibilities for AP and payroll clerk positions. This is just based on the feedback from the previous employees. We updated task instructions based on user feedback. So we looked at the instruction books, saw what was working, what wasn't working, and we made a few suggestions for the finance director to approve. We continually monitor for systems implementation. As we teach things, we want to see that being used in their daily tasks, and we provide feedback to Jared. And lastly is we try to give timely feedback to the finance director on any progress or any issues that we do see. What we're going to be working on is going to be discussed later, but my office wants to work on helping draft identify roles, responsibilities, and timelines for HR, finance, and treasurer. Suggest clearer guidelines for AP check runs, and help us, the staff, understand the funds better, and circling back with team meetings and goal setting. So
Could you repeat that last one?
team meetings and goal settings. So we're looking forward to bringing everybody together later today, and if time permits, we're going to have an internal meeting to go over what we've done the last 2 weeks with all the staff. That's my update.
John, who is bringing everybody, I mean, when you say we're bringing everybody together, who is that?
Oh, I apologize. That would be the finance director, the staff of the finance director, and my staff, HR director, and of course the clerks are welcome to come. Really what we're just doing is reviewing what we've observed and trying to set some goals for the individual staffers as to their individual needs and their progress. It might be something as simple as getting payroll uploaded before 2:30 on Tuesday. But we're gonna just discuss that and try to put some goals down that are achievable and measurable.
It may be helpful if we kind of give a full report, then we ask questions, because we may answer some of your questions here before that. Another goal we set was weekly meetings, and we had our first one. The chairman has been invited and was a part of that meeting, as the clerk's office were invited also. So we're going to continue to have those on a regular basis. The biggest short-term, I think, challenge was filing the IRS form, the 941. You may want to explain what the 941 is.
Yeah, that's the payroll taxes, so Social Security, Medicare, state tax, well, whatever, federal withholdings. And so each quarter, you actually file the 941 report to the IRS. So we did that on the 31st, that's when it was due. We showed the $191 overpayment to them and said, we'll apply it to the next quarter.
Yeah, the total amount overpayment was $191 total. We checked with our accountant or CPA, Mr. Peacock. We came up with a plan. He felt comfortable. That's not an audit finding. It actually was an overpayment of only $191 total. And so he felt very comfortable with that. We made the adjustments. The forms were filed on time, and Mr. Gallagher signed off on that. So that was done and off the table for 3 more months.
Yeah.
So we got that done. We've also, in one of our benchmarks, said that Jared would talk to other local finance directors, and I reached out to Mr. Bott in Grand Traverse County. He's very well respected throughout the state. And I believe you have an appointment set up with.
I talked to him yesterday, actually, a little bit, for a little bit, just kind of an introduction and some different things, but he said I have an open line to him with any questions that I want moving forward, so probably talk to him every couple of weeks or as things come up.
And he did have a great idea that Jared joined the Michigan
Governmental Finance Officers Association, so yeah, that happened this week also.
They have a lot of seminars and workshops, some in person, some online. Some you can download anything, but Dean thought that most of the questions could be answered by that group through seminars and workshops. It'd be a great learning experience for the staff. And he recommends that to any county that has a finance department, that they do that, because they're a great resource. You have questions, you just call them up or talk to your peers. And so you are now an official member.
Yep.
And so we did that, and then we reached out to Raymond for professional development services. And I'll just pass these out here. And you're getting this for the first time, so you don't expect it to be expert, but we had a very good discussion with their staff. And it was we had several calls with them. And Paul Matz is a person we have worked with for many years. But it's interesting, one of the people that will be the primary, if this is approved, for professional development, one of their team members, I want to make sure the name is correct, is Rachel Frisch, and her background is in the packets. She is the former finance director and the former administrator for Otsego County. So she knows hands-on. She started off, she was a finance director for many years, became the administrator, and then switched over to Raymond within the last year, I believe, because they just
I think in August.
Yeah, I know.
I think we had started. at the
Yeah,
same
it was
time.
about the same time. So she would be a great contact person. So basically what they're saying is they can provide the training that Jared needs. John is doing the more technical training with the accounting staff. Raymond is willing to provide training more of the technical,
And I think a lot of what we need is, for any organization, having things in policy needs to happen first. And they would help us with that, assigning different tasks, or at least giving us the parameters for who should be doing what or who can be doing what. And then with adding the 2 new departments that we have now, all of our policies need to be updated. So I think this is the first step of moving us forward and having things actually written and board approved as who is responsible for what, and then how the workflow should go. A lot of stuff we can determine internally, but we want to make sure, it's according to Michigan laws or any federal regulations that we need to follow. And this would be them helping us develop those policies and procedures.
One of the things that I learned from this discussion we've had, and we had numerous meetings with them, is they said they would have the same recommendation no matter who our finance director is. If you create a new finance department, you need to do this. And they have done this for several counties that have done this. There seems to be a trend in the state, as I understand, for counties to have independent finance departments now for a lot of reasons. And they have experience doing this. What they are willing to do is, and their proposals there, it's up to 20,000. It doesn't mean it'll cost 20,000. It's based on how much service we need, how much Jared needs, what information can he get from the state association versus Raymond. So they would work. I think the biggest thing that I see from them, they would give us a structure in place. One of the things we talked about that, and it's the benchmark, is we need a flow chart on who is doing what duty, and this will provide that.
Absolutely.
And the person that would do it is obviously someone that has experience in county finance and was a former county administrator also. So there's a proposal here for up to not to exceed $20,000 for training.
First of all, I'm glad that you've got some concrete going on. It's been a long time. Question, I have a couple questions. One is, I'm curious why HR is involved.
there are certain functions that commingle. And so
Oh, because of the benefits?
benefits part of it, yes,
Right.
everything. So it's actually their recommendation to HR, since we have a new HR department, that be part of the dialogue.
Okay, and then for Rebus, they will set out a flow chart. They will help you, but are they gonna, will she come and work with you?
They
and
may come and
train you?
evaluate how our internal controls and then come up with us. I mean, they're allowed to do certain things. They can't be a part of management, so they can't make decisions for us because they're also our auditors. But they can kind of evaluate what we're doing and then give suggestions for maybe how we could do things better or what they see in other counties. And that's kind of the benefit
They
of bringing
can-
in somebody outside is they've seen a bunch of different governments or counties or whatever and how they work. And then they can give us kind of that feedback of what they've seen.
So they can train you on things that you haven't done
They can, yes.
before.
Yeah.
And that will happen.
Just for clarification, they cannot and will not be sign off any documents. They cannot make any financial decisions. However, they can provide procedures, policies,
Best practice.
best practices. I think the critical part is the separation of duties. Who's gonna, between the clerk, the finance department, the treasurer, and HR. And that's and we talked about that in January and February, when we first met with Raymond and with the Grand Traverse County. When Jen was involved, that we need that flow chart, and they are strongly recommending that take place, which is one of our benchmarks that we said we would develop.
Other questions? Tricia?
Yeah, a couple, I'm looking for the $20,000 figure.
It's in your
Page
investment,
7.
page 7. And we realize you just got this, we just got this Monday afternoon.
Monday, yeah.
What I see there is depending on who is involved.
Two paragraphs. Two sentences, that's-
Yeah, a little below that.
There you go, excuse me. So the consulting services is the best practice, is the development of policies and procedures. Jen, did you have a book on policy and procedures that you put together?
We've, previously in the clerk's office, we always had training manuals that were together, and if staff had made notes in it and such, we had asked beforehand to clean those up. But I believe what they're talking about is actually the policies that you as a board sends.
Right.
Which is very different than,
Just, yeah, instructions.
That's what I
Right.
was wondering. Okay, so that explains to me where the 20,000 is going to. And my other question is back to you, John. And you were talking about assessing staff needs. How are you doing it?
Feedback, just basically observing, looking at what they're actually doing, getting
You're
feedback.
sitting with them and observing if they're doing things correctly or not correctly, because if they don't know, they wouldn't know what they're doing.
Correct, correct, yes. we
It's
have-
Not
it's your
him,
staff.
but yes.
Correct.
Who is?
My,
The two
So
form-
there's only a limited number of people here.
my staff, Sarah
Sarah,
and Johanna.
Joanne, okay. I just
Yeah,
wanted.
they are physically sitting with the county staff.
So when you find, when you assess, you're doing the assessment as you're going along, so it's not a. No. When you discover in the process of their completing a task, then how are you addressing that?
We have a group meeting in my office to determine how we can address the situation. We write up a observation and present it to Jared for him to review.
So give me an example. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm looking at people entering data and doing things like this. Give me an example of how you would find an area that they needed training, and then you follow through with writing it up and sending to Jared.
We've had
So I just understand a little bit.
just AP checks, claims versus Friday checks, making that determination, understanding board rules, bringing that observation to Jared is a simple one, just letting him know that, these are some shortcomings that they don't quite understand what goes through Friday or claims, or this specific one has, you know, idiosyncratic issues that, you know, has to go before the board, or, you know, what to look out for. And, you know, we try to provide those resources to the staffers, you know, so that they know where to look. But at the same time, we go to Jared and allow him to know where the issue is and provide him with that same feedback, where to look for it, what has been done, and what we suggest moving forward.
And then Jared, what do you do?
Well, of course, I review what they have. We've set up a Teams thing, so kind of either Sarah or Johanna or maybe John would go in, and there are these.
I'm not sure they know what Teams is.
Oh, Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure everyone knew that, so.
All right. So then that can give me feedback on all of their responses, kind of what the issue was, how long it took, maybe their knowledge going into it. Did they have any idea that this even existed, or have they come across this before? And then I can go in and see based off of the responses then, and then maybe down the road, see how they have progressed, and then watch out for different things like that.
So who sits down with them to correct the problem?
Well, it would be Sarah or Johanna usually, but they also come to me separately.
And that's part of your process.
Right.
One thing I learned through this, and I know it's been controversial, but I think we all agree the process to get to this point has been flawed. One of the things Raymond said, even we probably should have done this before we set up the departments. We can't do it now, but even if we had it all in agreement, everyone's agreement on this, this still is very valuable and will help us long-term, no matter who the finance director is. We need to do this, and we need that flow chart of division of duties and responsibilities.
I couldn't agree with you.
So this is valuable, and I personally wish we would have done this beforehand, but it is what it is, and all we can do is go forward and do the best of it. But I felt much better after talking to them, especially since the person that'll be our primary contact person was a very successful finance director and was a county administrator, so she knows Michigan accounting standards and practices very, very well.
I think this makes sense. And as you say, I wish we started with that. This is part of the needs assessment.
I wanted to comment that, Chet, when you were in Florida last week, we had our second finance meeting. And I have been impressed with how Johanna and Sarah and your whole staff have worked together. I was struck by how small the figure was on the total of the errors that were made. What was that figure again?
The taxes difference was 191.66.
So I think we need to keep that in perspective, and this is exactly what we need, I think, and I hope there's a motion to move this forward. Anybody's willing to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Or
Any discussion? Yes,
I will support this. It absolutely should have happened. It's malpractice that we made a decision like this without having this kind of thing in place. And now, over a year and a half later, it's about time. So good. This is a good step.
Malpractice is a pretty strong word.
Yes,
I'll
it
call
is.
the question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it is.
question's been called. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. We have a training program moving forward to next week.
And this will be on the agenda every month for you for an update.
And just, I'm hoping that we all have said we did it wrong. I'm hoping now we can move forward with doing it right.
I wonder how
And,
much this
and,
costs.
and not keep beating ourselves up.
Well,
We-
my comment to that is I wonder how much it's cost the county.
We now are at the judge.
Yeah, actually, it's my update. She's just here to observe, I think. When we got the legal opinion last spring about the second in command of elected officials, the clerk, the treasurer, the register of deeds, and so forth, in their second command, by law, in terms of what their salaries are, it's not based on who the person is, it's the position. The judge asked me to research if the registrar of the court is part of that legal opinion, which no one asked that question beforehand. Because we now, we treat that same as we do every department with their steps. And so there was a change in that personnel in
2019, 2020.
yeah, during that transition
2020,
period.
Chris came in
But the former registrar left after the judge's term began, and the current one was put at a lower pay scale. I don't have it yet in writing. I've spoken to the attorney Bonnie Toski, who wrote the original opinion with Mr. Stoker. Verbally told us that yes, it is the same situation, and it has to be viewed as a position, not the person in it. The person coming into it during that 4-year term is entitled to the same pay as the previous person was. So I'm waiting that for opinion. I was hoping to have it for the meeting. I don't. I guess your attorneys are very busy with labor negotiations for many counties.
Moving forward.
But we'll have it, but at some point, and we are working behind the scenes, we have the numbers all set, but I won't present it until we have the legal opinion. And so as soon as I have it, I'll share it all to you and share it with the judge. But it was pretty clear verbally that we need to treat that position the same as we do the chief deputy position. Different laws that govern it, because the chief deputy cannot assume the duties of the judge, but there are laws that cover that position.
Can we have a motion to move it forward to next week?
A question, so is this isn't a union position?
No,
It's just what it says.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to move this issue forward to next week's regular board meeting. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved 6-0.
Is this gonna end?
Pardon?
Will this issue ever end? Is this the last issue?
To the best of my knowledge, it's the last, because all the other elected officials issues have been resolved. And the drain commissioner does not have a second in command, so.
Fortunately.
No one. Do you want to take a break for lunch or go to closed sessions?
Yeah, I think my closed session is gonna take more than 10
We have
minutes.
two separate closed sessions.
Um,
Actually,
If you don't mind, let's break for lunch.
I don't want to rush to the closed session.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
And
Let's dismiss until 10 minutes to 1.
all right, and I'll let the attorney know that we 12:15 closed session.
And Patricia, if by chance you're late for the closed session,
I don't want to be there for the closed session. What time are we setting up?
12:50.
12.
50. 1 hour.
1
from now.
hour.
1 hour, that I can do.
okay.
And we will have two separate motions to go to two separate closed sessions.
Please
We-
mute.
Mute it.
We're breaking for lunch.
She just told you to.
Oh.
We have a motion to offer. When?
I move that we enter into closed session to discuss with our attorney trial and or settlement strategy in the pending lawsuits of Granger versus County of Ottawa et al. Case number 19 CV 501 Sattler versus Kent County et al. Pursuant to MCL 15.268E, case number 2 CV 00316 and Calkins versus Kent County et al. Case number 21 CV 00062, because discussion on the open record will have a detrimental financial effect on the litigation or settlement position of county and Leelanau County?
Yeah.
Leelanau County, and also to discuss material exempt from disclosure under the attorney-client privilege, MCL 15.2431G pursuant to MCL 15.268H. Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we need to specify who's there that John Gallagher will attend?
Yes, and I invited John Gallagher to be part of it since he's part of the lawsuit.
So we ought to include that.
I have one. Thank you.
You have that, Jen?
I have which part?
I asked her to repeat it.
To read it.
The only thing is that Mr. Gallagher being included in the closed session.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, shall I amend that to
I think,
include?
I think you said that.
Okay, oh, I did say. that.
Yeah.
You're right.
So it's been moved and seconded, and all those in support of the motion to go into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
I believe in a roll call vote, right, Jeff? for
Okay,
closed
sure.
session?
Commissioner Elguyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
absent. Commissioner Rushton.
Yes.
So those absent. Commissioner West, Chairman Wessel.
Yes.
Okay, passes.
I will join you in a minute.
We'll start.
Yeah.
Please mute.
go live, right?
Ready?
Yeah.
We'll be back here shortly.
What do you want to call this issue?
I'm looking for a motion to go out of closed session.
So moved. Support.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Now I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session.
You want to move this to the December agenda?
Yes, so what are we calling this issue,
Uh,
Chad?
it's on the agenda to move the Granger versus Ottawa County lawsuit to the December agenda.
So moved. Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-0. Now I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations update.
Mr. Chairman, I would move. Go ahead. I'll support.
I just want to state for the record, per state law, we do have the right to go into closed session to discuss labor issue negotiations.
You call the roll, Jen?
Yes, who wanted to take charge of that motion? There were three of you.
Oh, I don't-
You decide.
I decided. All right,
Patricia,
Patricia.
I think Patricia made that motion.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Patricia then. Commissioner Sotis Little,
Yes.
Chairman Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
absent is Robbins, and Commissioner Rushton.
Yes.
6-0, closed session.
Please mute.
Oh.
Please unmute.
Got it?
There's a second to that motion?
Yes. Second.
All those in support of the motion to go to closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0.
I would recommend we accept the proposal between Leelanau County and the Municipal Workers Local 214. Is that enough? Yes. Thanks so much.
There's a second to that motion?
Second.
We, out of courtesy to Patricia, who just took a phone call, I'd like to hold on that vote. Okay, would you read the motion on the floor, Jen?
All I have is move to recommend the Teamsters 214.
Letter of understanding.
Letter of understanding.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'm not going to support it until we work out some other issues.
Any other discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say the same.
Aye.
Motion approved 5-1. Thank you. We now have a review of financial.
No, the police officers.
Oh, yes, we do. Looking for a motion for the police officers.
Going to go into mediation.
No, this is, the police officer is the dispatcher.
Oh, your dispatcher.
It's a letter of understanding.
Oh, yes. So I would recommend approval of the letter of understanding between Leelanau County and the Fraternal Order of Dispatchers. What was that? one?
POAM.
POAM.
No,
Oh,
no,
it wasn't.
no, it's
It
not
was-
POM, FOPLC.
Oh, I'm
You don't
sorry.
have it on your agenda.
I'm
So-
sorry, yeah, fraternal, or I'm sorry.
Was this
It's the
something?
dispatchers.
Right, but it's not on your agenda, so I just want to make sure the letter of understandings were Teamsters and police officers, so this is being added?
No, this is a,
It's the Teamsters two.
No.
No.
it's a fraternal order of police labor council.
For dispatchers.
Yes.
Okay, so that's different than.
That was a typo. The wrong union was listed there.
Okay,
The letter of agreement is correct.
okay, so on your agenda, it should have said FOPLC dispatchers, not police officers,
Yes,
POA
correct.
and road
Thank you.
patrol?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
just want to, I
Yeah.
was like.
Thank you. We
lost.
were in negotiations with road patrol, so thank you.
Right.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so that was motion by Louder, I was just slightly confused there for a moment.
Are we sure we have the right?
Yes.
I will change my agenda item to
Okay.
state FOPLC dispatch.
The letter of agreement is correct.
Okay.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved 6-0. We now have review of financials.
I have scanned them and I will go into more depth with them. I did.
Yeah.
Financials. Jared already answered a question in post audit for me. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And that's all I had.
I just have a request.
Yeah.
We were used to getting those early,
Okay.
so I didn't have a chance really to look at them until this morning because they came in after 4 yesterday. Given the election.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a long night.
I glanced at them this morning about 5:30 and that's it. And I really didn't have a chance to do more, but if you could get them out earlier, then I can have a chance to talk.
Sure.
to you
We'll
before
try
the
to
meeting.
get them out Friday before the week.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Any other questions or comments about financials?
No, but thank you for your explanation on the post audit.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any special reports?
Yes, I passed out a memo. I was gonna cover it during my short update, but forgot. You have it. It's an update. and I'd probably better have it in writing. I pass it out. It's on your desk. It's an update on the Community Mental Health Partnership.
Oh,
We had another meeting on Monday that I attended. So I gave you a memo overview as well as the agenda from our meeting to kind of give you an insight. And I won't go over things. I know time's a factor, but it's a productive dialogue. We're going forward. We're optimistic we can come up with agreement. It won't be quick, but we're hoping by spring we can come up with agreement that all 6 counties can agree on. The biggest news is, I mentioned last month, those listening sessions. between the community mental health and the state of Michigan overseeing. They're gonna pick up the cost for all those counties, for the 6 counties do those lists. It's gonna be the same person doing it as handled in Grand Traverse County. They were very pleased with that. She will do the interviews. She will send out the letters to people inviting them. I'll have a date, will probably be the next county, and probably in December sometimes. We'll invite the stakeholders, the parents, people impacted to an open forum, and you'll get more information on that. And then she will write up a report, because the issues are different in each county. But we felt it was critical that there's a uniform process used in all 6 counties. So there'll be a separate report what the issues are in each of the counties. And so there'll be a session probably in December. We'll let you know when that date is. They'll be here, she will be here. I have her credentials background, which I know it's late now, I'll share that with you, but they are gonna cover all the costs for all 6 counties to do that. So that's a good step forward. The job has been posted. There's some concerns about whether we need to finish this process before they hire a director, but we're gonna go down both paths and see how that plays out. So it's in my memo. Read it. If you have any questions, call me. And I thought the agenda kind of gave you an overview of the topics that we covered, so I made a copy of that for all of you. So there's no action required. This is just an update.
Craig McMorrow, who has former community mental health experience, is serving on the search committee for the new CEO. One member from each county, and Craig agreed to do it for the.
So if you're convinced, if you read this and have any questions, give me a call. It's heavy lifting, trying to get 6 counties with different issues to agree on a revised agreement.
Did you mention what the pay scale is?
Yeah, they picked the pay scale and help me out here. It's 150, I think. There's a range. I just don't remember what it is. About that range. But they did agree, because that was concerned last time. They did not agree on a range and one of the candidates. So they did pick a range. And that's on the posting, so if you just, I don't honestly remember what it is.
Yes, Tricia.
Yes, the Networks Northwest Executive Board met on Monday, and they are in the process of looking at their infrastructure. This was the first meeting with our new director, and they're looking at streamlining some things, possibly changing the meeting schedule, so it may not be every month. That their recommendations going to the full body. That, we'll look at that, and maybe we'll look at the size of the board itself. So, it'll be a lively discussion when the full board meets. So we'll see what is everybody's pleasure. But they're going to send out a survey for this packet. So it's definitely in the right direction. One of the things that was very good is Terry was really encouraging that he wants to engage the board members more than they've had the opportunity to be before. So they're looking at advisory committees and things like that. So I think it'll be a new, refreshed kind of Networks Northwest board.
And the new director may be here at the December meeting. He's telling me scheduled to give a presentation. I believe it was scheduled this month, but he canceled it, so he thinks he's available. So there's a good chance he'll be here, and you get a chance to meet him. His name is
Terry.
Help me out.
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me, and I'm lucky.
I knew the Terry. I couldn't remember his
With
last
a
name.
V.
Yeah. Anyway, Terry B will be most likely here in December.
Any other?
Beta's village passed in Grand Traverse and Leelanau. So that's great growth. The organization is doing really good things.
We're now down to public comment. That's why we brought you in here, Robert.
This is your
You
shot.
have 5 minutes.
This is your shot.
And I haven't got a single comment to make you're doing fine.
Oh, good. Thank you.
We have commissioner comment.
We're gonna have a change. We're gonna miss a couple of people. More than that, Tricia, and Rick, and Lois. I know, look at her smile. Last.
When Deb walked the room, I swear she looked 2 inches taller than past.
And my wings.
Okay, let's move on. We have approval of financials. Linda?
Yes, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $129,159.03.
Support.
All those in support say aye.
Aye.
Both same. Motion passes.
And I would recommend we approve post audit $13,422,195.19.
Support.
All those in support say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Motion to adjourn while we turn the clerk over to get us ready